Dean of Agriculture Faculty, SGT, Dr. Harws Yadav, Dr. Rajendra, Dr. Khushbu, Dr. Meenakshi, Anil Kumarji, and Sudha, and all the participants of this 3 days conference, or what you call it, workshop on quality writing of research projects and publications. So, colleagues, you are well aware that once we enter in the research ecosystem, so for taking up any research, we have to go with a definite program, and that should be a well-designed program that how we'll go ahead. So for that, the very good skill for project writing is essentially required. So wheresoever you go, whether it is public system, private system, or even when we go for our MSc and PhD programs also, so there also we have to work on some project, and we generally have to decide on that at the very initial stage where we don't have very much understanding about the science, very much deeply understanding about the subject, and many times people are confused, and they generally, if some good guide or good senior is not available, so they feel little bit difficulty during that time. So because we deal mainly with the agriculture subject, and we have been guiding the students also, and have written so many projects also, and also as reviewer also in many of the committees, and work with the DBT, DST, and even in case of National Agriculture Science Fund in ICR, which is also giving the projects under competitive grant, which I am heading for last 1.5 years. So there we could experience that the writing of project is the most essential component to be accepted to get the success of that project. And then publications are also correlated with the writing of the project, that how best you have conceived an issue, conceived a problem, and how best you have made your program, your planning for achieving that particular objective which you have just outlined. So more based on that, your further publications will also be depending on that. So these are some of the very important points, I think, when we go for the project writing. Project writing, if we talk in case of, suppose in MSc also, we have to give the project in the beginning. We call that as somewhere synopsis seminar. In IRI, we call them as outline of research work. So that is also a project. And then we join. So most of the times nowadays in DBT, DST, and so many organizations, they are giving the different projects for the young scientists at the joining stage as a just for their establishment. So there is again a system of writing the projects once you have gone in the system. Many of you are working in the various projects itself, and again you are joining for your MSc and PhD. And out of the work which you are doing in a particular project with your PI, so for that also you have to identify some specific objectives to take up your BSc, PhD program with some other university or within the same university where you are working as the research associate or research fellow. So these are some of the issues where one has to be very cautious and very active to when we are going for writing a project. So the first, the most important thing is that you have to see your own strength, that what is your own strength, where you want to work. For MSc, PhD, you are very fresh. So whatsoever you do, that will be your specialization in future. But once you have done your MSc and PhD, you have some specialization associated with you. You have some publications, you have the research document with that. And that is one of the document which is generally required when you go for any of the competitive grant after joining a job. So in that case, definitely your strength is always seen, that in which area, in which crop, in which discipline, in which activity you have the publications, you have already worked, and you have some expertise in that through your master's and doctor's program. So that is one of the very important thing. The other thing which comes of the importance is regarding the identification or selection of the research area. So that you have to see that within your discipline, you have to see the importance of the or the prevailing conditions or the various issues which you foresee that they are likely to be important in the future. So for that, you have to work yourself, you have to consult your peers, you have to consult your other colleagues working in the department, working in the university, working in that discipline. And if you need to have some conversation with some of the peers through the email or through other systems, also by going through some of the literature. So for that, particularly when you conceive a problem that yes, I will be working on that, you have to go for the collection of the literature in that field, and you have to see that how much progress has already been made and what is the outcome of those various projects which have been completed or various programs which are still ongoing, and out of that, and what is the ultimate that after conclusion of the project is also giving that the future guidelines that based on this work, what more we have to do in that particular area. So those points, I think, over a multiple number of publications, you have to see now. It is very easy. We are having a very good net facilities. Every student, every scientist, they are having the net facilities in their mobile, at their desktop, at their computer. So in that case, there is no dearth of getting the information now. And once you put a keyword, you will be getting hundreds of the various references. So you have to sort out from those references which are essential or which are more related to your project which you want to do. And in that, you have to be assured that what sort of activities have already been done. You are not supposed to repeat those activities. That will not serve any purpose once that project is going somewhere. At the review time, generally such type of projects, they are generally rejected, they are not accepted, and in that case again your all hard work is going waste. So you have to see that the area which you are selecting based on the available literature which you will be going all around, having a very intensive search actually for that particular topic which you want, and that topic should be based on the strength. If you are already masters and doctoral, so based on your strength, based on your publications, and further based on your interest, you have to select the particular topic, and in that topic again you have to select a very huge literature, and whatsoever the work has already been done. After that further what is the suggestions that what further work which was left in a particular project, in a particular publication, what we have to do further. So based on that, you have to identify your problem. The problem should be, you have to see also that what is its social impact, what will be its impact in terms of the industrial use, what should be its impact on any of the area of the social life or the discipline on which you are working. So those points also you have to take into consideration while writing the project. Then after that, you go that there are most of the funding agencies, they have the set performa for and writing of the projects, that you have to give the background of the problem or the topic which you are selecting, and then available literature and the objectives of the project, and then your work plan where you have to give your various activities year-wise and the timeline also, and the manpower required for that particular purpose, because in most of the cases when we are going for writing of the project, so the single person, they cannot handle everything, so you need some contractual manpower also, and in that case again you have to ensure that how much is the funding available in that particular where you are applying. So based on that, you have to select some manpower also. And then the collaborations also are very important, because the person who is writing the project, he is not perfect in everything. So generally these projects are multidisciplinary, and the many people, they are required for the various activities, various objectives in a project. So again, you have to go for identification of the collaborators. And again, in that case, you have to see the strength of a particular collaborator. That is not based on that I have good relation with Mr. A, so he will be my collaborator. That should not be the approach. while you are going for writing a project, you should really see that the person is having the strength in that particular area where you are writing the project, and the activity which you want to assign to your collaborator, he should be strong enough, because all these documents, they are actually having the grading when your projects are being reviewed by any agency, by any reviewer. So these things, that the importance of the problem, the objectives which you are selecting, the collaborations which you are having, and then your infrastructure facilities also, that is also one of the very important component that is also given in the project. Some equipment you are asking for, but what you have at the time of application of the project with you, so that also you have to take care. And in that case, for your collaborator also, the activity which you are assigning to the collaborator, so he or she, they should also be having, in addition to expertise, the available facility to take up that particular activity in their laboratory. So that also we have to ensure, means the infrastructure facilities in terms of the laboratory, in terms of the field, it is a group-based project. So these points also you have to take into consideration. And then the program which you are actually making, so in that we should not be very enthusiastic in that case, that I want to have a project by any way. You have to see that the activities which you are taking for each objective, you have to see the timelines also very seriously. If a particular activity takes, suppose, 1 year, and you put 6 months for that activity, then definitely at the end of the project you will not achieving that activity. And when the reviews are being held by the various bodies for the various projects, then you will be having a very bad impression, and ultimately either you will be asking for some extension of the project, and many times that is not granted, because that is a general practice, so that is not generally granted. So in that case, you have to see that when you are making the activities for each of your objective in the program, so you have to ensure that the timeline which I am actually committing, that should be enough to complete that particular activity. Otherwise, you will be missing that activity, and ultimately, if you are not getting the extension of the project, ultimately you will be having no publication out of that, and your actually image will be spoiled in that way, that whensoever you will be going to that agency, so that will never be accepting your project, because you will be writing in your CV. CV is also provided with the project, that I have entered this and this project, and when the agency or the persons reviewing that project will see that this person has taken this project and there is no outcome of that project, there is no publication out of that project, then ultimately you are putting a full stop for your future endeavors for getting a good project from any of the agencies. And then ultimately the writing of the report, and in between also the annual reviews are being done. And if we need some midterm correction, suppose in the beginning you are not aware that a particular activity or particular objective I will be achieving in this way, and the timeline, if it is not meeting, then definitely if the project is over for 3 years, so after 1 year you can request the review committee, you can request the funding agency that I should be given my program that should be modified in this way, so that you can achieve your objectives in the given time, and some tangible outcome is there through which you can give some recommendation, and at least you have some good number of publication in the peer-reviewed journal, and that will be always in your credit for getting the further new projects and for your career advancement also. So these are some of the points, I think, while writing the projects. And in that case, you have to see the multiple disciplines when you are actually giving your objective and you're proposing a project. So you see the strength in your collaborators. They can be of any discipline, and based on that strength, you have to select your collaborators. As I already mentioned, that it should not be that this person A is known to me and that will be my partner, and when ultimately the project is going to the funding agency, and then the reviewer, they see that the collaborator, they don't have any strength, and based on that, being you very strong, your project is being rejected. In case of National Agriculture Science Fund, we have the competitive projects based on the advertisement. We are calling the projects in the different 7 theme areas presently, which includes the biotechnology, genomics, and allele mining. And the second one is biotic, abiotic stress and quality. And the third one is the this natural resource management and precision agriculture, mechanization and energy, social sciences and policies, metabolomics, and the nanotechnology. So these are the 7 areas where National Agriculture Science Fund under the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, we are advertising very regularly. And in the month of, I think by end of this month or in the January, again we are advising, giving an advertisement for the competitive grant of the various projects under the National Agriculture Science Fund. Sorry. So in that case, the major criteria which I have told, last time we had the 9th call of the National Agriculture Science Fund during the month of August 2020, and all those projects now we have sanctioned out of total almost 24,000 total pre-proposals which we got. We selected 1,400 projects out of them. Rest of them, almost more than 1,000, they were not either complete. The performa which we gave in the project, so they were not complete in terms of the co-PIs biodata somewhere, in terms of sometimes the activities, work plan was not okay, sometimes the objectives were missing, and so many things there in the performa in general. That is a common performa in that case. Outcome output is also there. The alternative strategy, when whatsoever you are proposing, so we require an alternative strategy also when we are preparing our work plan, so that if your program A fails, then how you will be achieving your objective, taking the route of your alternative strategy. So based on that, we could there were almost 1,400 eligible projects, and out of those 1,400 projects, out of 2,500 projects, we then sent those projects to the reviewer. And that many times in NSF we have the multiple reviewing system, 1 hour for each of the theme areas, 7 theme areas which I have just mentioned. We have the expert committee for those theme areas. There are 8 members in that expert committee, and all the members, they are very highly expert and very authority in that particular area. And they again go for each and every project, and the grading system is there from 1 to 10 based on all the parameters like the area of research, the objectives, your work plan, the timeline which you have taken, budget you have asked for, and the strength of the PI, strength of the co-PI, your infrastructure facilities, outcome which you have projected. So all these 7-8 points, they are considered while they are reviewing the projects, and based on the grading, if you are getting 6 or above, so you will be shortlisted for the full project presentation. And in that case, out of these 1,400 projects, we selected total 187 projects for the full project presentation. And then the full project presentations were made by the different PIs and the co-PIs. And out of that, we have recommended only 59 projects. So you see, out of total 25,000 projects, we have just come down or shortlisted or approved only 49 projects. So that is the competition which we see. So in that case, I think you have to be very attentive and very systematic and focused in your approach while writing the project in terms of all the points which I have discussed, and other my colleagues, they have also might have discussed, and presently Dr. Rajendra Yadavji is also there, and he has a very wide experience, and definitely he will be giving a very good insight in writing of the project. We also faced this type of issues in the beginning when I joined IRI, and we put many projects, and many times the projects, they were being rejected. So that was only the reason that we were not having the focused approach, and even the expertise and the number of publications that is very essentially required when you are writing the project. But the early career advanced stage, one of the DST program, I think there is a good opportunity for the young scientists, particularly whether you are in the public sector, you are in the private sector, wheresoever you are working. So DST is supporting the young scientists at the initial stage in the range of 40 to 50 lakhs of the project for 3 years. But in that case, your thesis publications from the MSc and PhD, they should be in the very highly impact factor journals. Your own program which you are proposing and the lab where you are working, these all things matters a lot. And if you are perfect in all those, I think activities, all those scores, then definitely you have very bright chance of getting the project. We see in case of IRI, our genetics division is there, and I think the under the early career advance projects of this DST, most of the scientists, our young scientists below the age of 40 years, I think the age is 40 years maximum. And in that case, 99% of the scientists, hardly one scientist may be there, but I don't have the knowledge. Most of the scientists, they are getting the projects within the 1 or 2 years of their joining. So that is a very great support in the beginning and for your career also, because that is having the multiple advantage. You are strengthening your biodata by getting the project. You are writing the projects, papers also. So getting the good peer-reviewed papers also in the peer-reviewed journal. You are getting some revenue, and that also goes in your biodata, that how much revenue or how many projects you have taken, and what is the revenue which you have generated for the institution, and how many manpower you have already hired. So these are some of the points which ultimately goes on adding and adding. And once you get one project in the beginning, then that is a chain that you again get one other and other and other like this. But in the beginning, you have to make lot of efforts in terms of your consulting the literature. And the younger scientists, my suggestion will be that in whatsoever area you are working, you should be a very thorough reader of the literature, whatsoever the publications, whatsoever the research papers in the peer-reviewed journal they are coming. At least you should go through those all publications so that your knowledge is being enhanced, and while writing the projects, you have the idea that yes, this work is already being done and I can start from here, and that will be very easy for you while writing the project. And as far as the publication is concerned, so again, the publication depends on the project, the work which you are doing. So once your project is strong, so definitely you will be getting very strong publications also. And for publication again, and in the project, the IPR issues also you should address. If some product development is there when we are doing a project, so you should address the IPR issues also. Most of the times there is a policy of all the funding agencies on the IPR issues. So you should be well aware about the IPR issues when you are writing the project. And likewise for publications also, you are the team there, and you involve everybody of the team for the different components in terms of somebody is strong in the while we are doing in the statistical analysis, somebody is having a very good writing skill, and somebody is having very good English, and so all these analytical power somebody is having, so that will help in writing the discussion. So you use all your collaborators, all your colleagues who are working with you, their strength, and based on that strength you can write the publications. And you should definitely take into consideration that the good project which we have done, we should not publish our public papers in the various papers which are charging the funds and they are not having any NAS rating or international impact factor. We should go at least for the publications which have the international impact factor, which have more than 6 NAS rating. So those good publications we should search for, research papers, research journals, and the set pro forma is there for all the papers. So we should actually ensure while submitting the publications that we have fulfilled all the guidelines of that particular research journal. Otherwise, most of the time the publication is returned back or referred at the initial stage of your submission. So while submitting the paper, you have to go through whole of that pro forma of that publication, their essential requirement in that case, and you have to fulfill all those issues. And after that only you should submit it. That should not be in a hurry. As far as the literature cited or the review which we are writing, we should try to have the latest that references in that, and some of the basic references, the issue on which you are working. So these points you should take into consideration, and we should consult always our seniors in the program, seniors in the department. They will always be guiding you. They will feel happy in guiding you, and always we get a very good inspiration from them, whether either you are writing for the project or writing for the publication. And sharing the authorship, you should be always open. If somebody has contributed something, so there is no harm in making that him or her as the co-author. There is no harm in that if somebody has really contributed something. And you should never indulge in any activity just to give the names of unrelated person in the publication. That is also a criteria of rejection many times, that if some co-author has been given and there is no association shown when they are asking a certificate, or the association which you are submitting, there is no correlation of his being co-author in that publication. So these are also very minor issues which many times the various journals they are taking care, or the various funding agencies for the research projects they are considering. So these are some of the points which I thought I should share with all of you. And I think the young people, they should come forward. They should always be, I think, very voracious readers for the various literature in the area of their work which they are working. That will always add to their knowledge. That will always help in writing the projects. That will always help in writing the publications. And your the position will always in a upper side, in a good condition, because you will be having the ideas, you will be having the knowledge. And whensoever any discussion at the department level or interdepartment level, whensoever where you are being assigned by your boss or your authority, so definitely you will be delivering something. So that is always good. So with these words, I am again very highly thankful to the organizers for giving this me this opportunity to interact with all of you, and to all of you for patience listening. And if you have some specific questions or queries on this, the what I have talked, so you all are welcome for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative, enlightenment, and impactful talk. Now, I would like to request our guest speaker, Dr. R.K. Yadav, for the talk. Before that, I would like to introduce our guest speaker. Dr. R.K. Yadav did BSc Honours Agriculture, MSc, and PhD from Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar. Dr. R.K. Yadav is currently working as Head, Principal Scientist Agronomy, Central Soil Salinity Research Institute. The current thrust research area of Dr. R.K. Yadav is developing sustainable strategies and alternatives for safe management of wastewater and phytoremediation of metal contaminated soil and water, diagnosis and definition of salt affected soil in Indo-Gangetic plains, and development of agro interventions for their sustainable management in farmers, participatory appraisal, rehabilitation of salt-affected dry lands through Indo-biosaline agroforestry and unexplored industrial plants. Dr. R.K. Yadav is awarded with National Groundwater Augmentation Award of Government of India, New Delhi for the year 2009, and Ganesh Sankar Vidyarthi Puraskar for the years 2009 and 10. For Best Hindi Magazine, major research accomplishments of Dr. R.K. Yadav is establishment of the salinity limits of the drainage influence for their in situ recycling in cyclic mode irrigations to optimize yield and quality of less water requirement salt tolerant food, fodder, and oil seed crops of semi-arid regions. Evaluated the dual purpose green fodder and grain potential of barley in saline conditions and worked out its nitrogen and saline water irrigation requirements for successful cultivation, and temporal and spatial quantification and characterization of wastewater generated in Haryana. Sir has conducted several trainings, short-term courses. Sir has been the member advisory committee for problem identification, planning and execution of research projects on wastewater management for the degree of MS and graduate students from Illinois and Iowa State Universities, USA, under Indo-US AKI project undertaken at CSSRI Karnal, and course coordinator at ICR sponsored 3 weeks winter school on chemical changes and nutrient transformations in poor quality water irrigated soil. Also core faculty for CSSRI organized training programs in diagnosis, reclamation and management of salt affected soils and use of poor quality water in agriculture. Sir has written
Sudha,
several book chapters, articles, review papers,
Sudha, thank you.
research
Thank you,
papers.
Sudha. Sudha,
Sir had
thank you.
several
Thank you, Sudha. Hmm.
No need to worry, sir. Your screen was quite okay before. Now it's okay, sir.
Is it okay, sir?
Yes, sir. It's quite okay.
But for me, it's quite blurry.
Sir, go for the
Sir, it's
slideshow now.
okay.
Let me share it again. Hmm. Is it okay, sir?
Yes, it's okay, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. Dr. D.K. Yadav, Honorable ADG Seats, all faculty and authorities of SGT University, dear participants of this FDP program. I first of all convey my gratitude to SGT University and its faculty for giving me this opportunity, and also thank Dr. D.K. Yadav for giving overview of developing good research proposal and writing good research paper. He has given very good overview and understanding, particularly for the new faculty. I will also refresh and add some more issues on this particular aspect. So the topic assigned to me was identifying good constituents for developing and getting success in research proposals and publication of research papers. So as such, I would say that the good constituents of research proposal or some these will be intermixed paper should communicate, as Dr. DK has already mentioned, that this should communicate your write-up of any research proposal or a research paper should indicate your thought process, originality of your ideas, and as he has very rightly mentioned, that your interest and passion about the subject on which you want to write a good research proposal, or out of that proposal a research paper. So these three are the basic constituents which determine the success of getting through any proposal for funding. Good structure and write-up as such helps to convince the funding agency, and for paper the publishers, and improves its feasibility and chances for consideration up to the next level. As Dr. DK has very rightly pointed out, that First, after these three constituents, you should identify the funding agencies available, like National Agriculture Science Fund for agricultural, different themes of agricultural research. You can go for that. And likewise, depending upon your subject area and your interest, you need to find out funding agencies. And then, considering your idea, you need to identify your team. And after getting a appropriate team, you can start thinking process. You can add on information from different sources, and then you can structure your proposal as per the format given by the funding agency. And likewise, you can structure the write-up for research paper as per the requirement of any specific journal. So these things should be the basic for any success in getting funding or getting through the research proposal and acceptance of any publication. So that way, if I count the core elements of good research proposal or paper, here we can see the first step towards this thing, research proposal or paper, is good planning, attention to the details of the funding agency, your team, then your academic writing skills. These things would give you understanding on the core elements. As such, you can see these are the 7 core elements. These include title. In general, these would depend specifically on the requirement of the funding agency for research proposals and the requirement of specific journal, its scope, and our research interest. So, depending upon those things, we need to modify in these journal criteria. So, title, introduction, literature review, aims and scopes, objectives, research methodology, scope of your proposed research, and as very rightly pointed out by Dr. D.K. Yadavji, outline and timetable. That's very, very important. You need to define those things very specifically, very clearly, and then only we can go ahead and improve the chances of getting through for funding of research proposals and possibility of acceptance of our research papers. Now I will deal with each of these, what should be and what should not be on these general core elements. Like title, if I say, it should be very specific and focused. It should not be general. It should explicitly highlight focus of the research theme. Otherwise, sometimes we give general title, and that general title doesn't give idea about our thought process, our thinking, our idea, or originality of our idea. So that way, that gives impression that it's very loosely or very lightly or very casually prepared a manuscript or the proposal. It should be clear and concise to convey the aim of our study and objectives of the proposal at very first glance. So that makes or keeps the interest of reader or the evaluator for further reading, for further understanding and giving due importance to that proposal. Next is, title should not be so long that's hard to read, or it should not be too short that fails to highlight the research theme. So it should be very precise. It should clearly highlight the focus of our research, and that way we can give first impression that yes, the proposal has been prepared very with very good interest, with all out efforts, with consultation of peers, other colleagues, and seniors. So this is very essential, that your title at the very beginning should attract and should give that yes, this particular proposal has this specific theme, and that theme is important one. Then introduction part. Then comes the second element is introduction. This is the very start of any proposal. So this paragraph should include the subject which needs to be addressed, or the problem which we need to analyze, and it should set the context for the rest of the proposal for research funding or for any particular research paper. Then comes to start with broad foundation of the problem. It should follow that it should give idea that this is the bigger issue, this is the bigger problem which we are likely to tackle through this one step, and this should lead to our study focus or theme of our study, and then we should organize our original thoughts in logical and organized manner, and that could follow a sequence like background information with the explanation as to why this proposal is important, what question we are likely to answer, whether this question is worth studying with respect to the significance in local context or broader context, and then it should identify, based on the review of literature, it should clearly identify the gaps which are already gaps which we could find from the existing literature. So the gap should be very clear, and our theme should directly hit, our proposal should directly hit that gap. And then you can write brief of methodology, not detailed, that would follow in further sections. It should include a brief that what methodology we are likely to use and the hypothesis of the study. Then what are the important expected contributions and the limitations or the scope of our research proposal, that for which conditions it would be applicable. We cannot generalize it. The main problem with most of us is that we usually show that yes, from this one proposal we can solve the problem of the whole agricultural field, but that cannot be possible for one study. So we have to be very clear in defining the scope of our study, where it would be applicable, and what questions it is likely to answer. So this thing would be very clear. That will be very useful in getting the success and in giving impression that the proposal has been made or finalized with clear ideas, clear understanding of the problem, and the proposer is clear about the methodologies he is likely to use. Then there should be a clear statement of objectives. So we should be very, very specific. Then only we can get through in getting funding. Then this is a crux that keep this introduction clear and concise. Make sure to include only the relevant information. Don't make it very lengthy. Otherwise, it will it may lead to confusion and give the impression that the proposer or the person who is submitting is not clear what he intends to do. So that way, it has to be very, very specific. Then comes thereafter, see, so many times we find that there are abbreviations which are used in introduction. So we have to define, we don't know that the evaluator has idea about the terms or the abbreviations we are using. So we have to define the terms, abbreviations. The used terms, abbreviations or concepts should be defined and explained unless they are very familiar. And for defining these, authentic sources should be referred. Otherwise, sometimes we take help of the sources which are not very authentic, and that may further lead to confusion. So this thing should follow after introduction. Then literature review. As such, in papers, this is not required, but for any research proposal, yes, it is required, and it need not to include full review of literature, but it is always important to include overview of the significant studies in that area that have been carried out already. What is the outcome, what lead they are giving. So based on that lead, we can identify gaps, and based on those gaps, we can develop our hypothesis, our objectives, our aim of study. So that should be very, very clear in our mind that yes, the important studies which have been carried out in that specific field or on that specific aspect should be reviewed, and the review of that should be included into the proposal. This section should feature evidences and statistical data to clearly demonstrate the proper significance of proposed research. It should not be with qualitative statements. You should come with evidences, quantitative evidences and statistical data that has been generated or that is available. So that should be included. Otherwise, only qualitative statements will not be very helpful. So we need to take into consideration this issue. The review of literature should be organized in a manner that easily draws evaluators' attention on existing research, that yes, these important or most significant studies have been carried out. This is the major outcome of these studies, and yes, this is the gap, and then it gives understanding of the team or the proposer that yes, this person has clear understanding, has very useful understanding on the proposal that is submitted. Then comes the aims and objectives. of the study. Aim defines the broader objective that is expected, broader overall outcome that we expect from the study. And the objectives are the smaller aims, you can say, or ways to achieve that broader objective or aim. So aims and objectives should signify what is intended in the proposal or the manuscript to accomplish uh, through this study. Aims should emphasize expected overall outcome or what you want that your research will achieve. That has to be very clear. And as I said, objectives tend to be narrower and more focused to these are the steps towards achieving that aim. It will be more apt to provide an explanation for each of the objectives as to why we have decided the objectives. So this will help to meet the aims of the study. Uh, it sometimes some agencies require hypothesis, some agencies do not. So depending upon the requirement of the funding agency, you have to include hypothesis and based on that hypothesis, the objectives. It is the heart, you can say, of any proposal. That what methodology you are likely to adopt. Methodologies as such need to be used to conduct the study, whether these are standard methodologies, whether they are alternate studies, alternate methodologies, as Dr. DK was mentioning, that yes, you have to means say if a particular method or particular materials for particular method goes out of order in any case, then what alternative methodology we are likely to use. So you have to be very clear about that and you should convey that in your proposal. So methodologies as such are the proposed research methods that will be used to conduct the study. They must appear in your research proposal, even if sometimes the research is not conducted physically. It is based on some data collection, secondary data collection, and then their analysis. So, but in that case also, you have to be very, very clear. You should mention the methodology. These methodologies include analysis and statistical techniques, equipments used, research approaches that would be followed, and ethical concerns. For research papers, Honorable ADG has already mentioned that yes, you should give due credit to the person who has really contributed either in conceptualization, writing the proposal, or you think that the person whom you are including will help you in analysis, interpretation of the results, then yes, you should include, but you should avoid including the names with just that he is my friend, he is my relative, or like that. We should not. We should discourage this type of uh, activities, this type of practice. Explanation for each methodology should be clear and should be precise but clear. It helps to justify the choice to use a certain methodology over an alternative. See if there is any standard methodology which is already known, but you don't have facility. However, you have some alternative, equally effective alternative methodology. You should mention that in your proposal, and that will help to get through the proposal. This will go a long way to show that you took your time to think about the methodologies you are proposing. It's again important to explain how you will collect data, the sample size, the plans you consider for your research investigation, and the techniques that you feel the most appropriate to analyze the data. So this should come into the research methodology part of your proposal. Then scope of your research. Yes, it is again very important that gives justification for funding agency or the publisher to consider the proposal for funding or publication. So it's reasonable to include the scope of the research in proposal. Proposal should justify that the research will start and be completed within the constraints of the resources like time and other facilities, funding, other things. These are limited ones. So you cannot expect that these would be freely available. And moreover, as ADG sir has already suggested, that this gives bad impression about the researcher, that yeah, the person is not very reliable. So it will hamper our further chances for getting proposals through or publications. Also remember to include the limits of proposed research. That means, as I was mentioning in some earlier slide, that every research cannot solve every problem. The application part where it would be applied, the research should focus. That means it should include either advancement in existing knowledge that's science-based, any solution for practical problem, but those solutions will not be applicable to everywhere or in every condition. So we need to define that yes, the outcomes of my research will be useful to solve this particular issue in these particular agroecological conditions. So we have to be very specific, and ways to address them in this section should be included. It will show clarity of your thought process and authenticity of your research proposal. Don't just focus on the challenges that are likely to come across during studies, but also include alternative solutions to use those strategies and how those would be helpful in due course of time. So this should come under scope of the research. Then outline and timetable. Honorable ADG sir has already indicated about this, that this is an important aspect. Every funding agency expects to see an outline and a timetable in any research proposal. So it's very essential and important to include these in our research proposals, particularly noting research papers. The purpose of this outline is to show how the research proposal plans to structure the study. activity milestones. Briefly include what each section will cover and also try to explain how it all fits into the argument or question of your research project. That is, that will further boost the chances of getting through the proposal. The purpose of timetable is to show how much time will be needed to complete the research. So make sure to mention exactly how long you expect that each stage of your study is likely to take, uh, so that in the later stage you need not to take extension or go for any excuse. Don't just mention how long the research process will take. Make sure you also indicate how long you will take to compile your research results, because any funding agency would like to have the report and final recommendations which emerge from your research proposal. So this should be very, very clearly defined and included in the research proposal. As such, I have just given the brief account and added something on what ADG sir has mentioned. But the final note on good proposal is these are the general. Quality writing is critical. Proposal should be clear, concise, and free of jargons. Never ever use jargons. This is not likely to help us. There should be grammatical goodness. Spelling errors should be avoided, and the proposal should be very easy to read and understand. That means what we want to convey, it should get through to the evaluator or the funding agency. And the mantra for this is start early. Means don't think that you can prepare a proposal or prepare a manuscript within short period in 10 days, 15 days or so. It's an outcome of your continuous thought process, ideas, discussions with your peers, understanding of the government policies, requirements, or deep understanding about the knowledge which is available in that particular aspect. So start early and share ideas with peers so as to gather maximum information before thinking on preparing a proposal. Incorporate the feedback and gain relevant ideas from reading, as ADG sir has already suggested that the youngsters should be voracious readers. So these 3-4 points, they are the crux. These are the crux which indicate that how we can move or prepare a good proposal or a good manuscript for submitting for funding, getting improved or getting more chances for its success, for funding or publication. Then some points of writing good research papers. See, you have identified research problem. You have got the funding to any agency or internal institutional funding. You have identified or decided methodology, results are available, then the first step to write a good quality paper is to identify and understand the journal for possible scope of submission. Means you cannot send it to any journal or any, that would depend upon the results, the information which we have generated, how we are interpreting that, and is that information relevant or in the scope of a specific journal. We have to first identify the journal. Then every journal has their certain criteria. We need to follow them while writing. So we should prepare our manuscript as per the scope, guidelines, and requirements of a specific journal. As you know, every journal has its own guidelines or criteria to select for publications. A paper which is not fit for one journal can be considered very good for another. So we have to be very clear that yes, my research findings, my understanding which I want to present, I want to answer the questions, those are in the scope of a specific journal. And as per that, we need to structure, write our manuscript. Understanding the journal helps to reduce the time taken for publication. So, after conducting the research, after getting the results, their interpretations, we need to identify the journal. Then, after identification of journal, the next step is to follow the author guidelines. Usually, journals judge papers based on their set criteria, and these include whether the abstract and paper follow the journal guidelines, is paper works or examined relevant literature critically, is there logical analysis and discussion, does the paper contextualize its findings with international context, or is it just describing the results as per local scope? So we have to be clear in considering journal, its criteria, our explanations, our write-up structure discussion. Is there methodological clarity? Are ethical considerations made transparent? Does the paper follow the journal's reference style? Does the paper consider the database and the debates that have happened in the journal in previous issues? Are there subject related implications in the paper? So, considering these issues, journals usually decide to go for review, go for further improvement, and then acceptance. So, we have to be very, very clear first on ourselves, our research issues, scope of the journal, then structure that according to the journal guidelines. Then usually the academic journals accept papers that meet their criteria and scope. Therefore, papers should be structured and written based on the criteria of the chosen journal. For example, some journals focus on methodologies, development of methodology. If our research has identified or developed certain methodology, then yes, that particular journal would be good fit. But if, say, we have developed some concept or new knowledge, then accordingly we have to decide the journal. These journals do not accept papers that focus on reporting the findings, but on discussions, reflections, and debates on methodological issues. So the focus and content of the paper should be structured based on the journal scope and criteria. The last step is maintaining the scientific standard of the paper, and it's not specific to one but common to all journals. In general, the paper should be organized into the introduction, methods, results, and in some results and discussions are common format for most of the empirical papers. The key elements of these sections remain same with only minor changes in different parts of the paper to fit into the criteria of the journal. So we have to be very, very clear that what we are likely to write, want to convey or answer. Accordingly, we have to structure our manuscript. Journal tips to organize good paper include: do not exceed the word limit given for a paper. If it does, it will be returned to you. You may need to rework the word limit, and that delays the publication process. Sometimes we submit that yes, journal may consider. So please be very, very clear about this. Don't copy paste a part of your introduction as the abstract. It has to be written separately with clear thoughts, and I will go in the next slides how it works. Before submission, you should proofread your paper. Means we go for reading, allow your colleague, allow your co-author, and try to minimize grammatical and typographical errors. So these are general things. Then ways also include: choose a specific accurate title as it was relevant in research proposal. It is very, very relevant in research paper also. The title should give an overview of what your paper or what are contents of your paper deal with. This should be accurate and specific and reflect the contents of your paper. So it should be very, very clear, and what is you are likely to discuss in the paper, that should be reflected in the title. Then write an interesting abstract. A clear abstract should outline the workings of your research. This will help to carve out a very specific space in your field. Mention some notable achievements and explain how your research builds on them. These days, most of journals, they include graphical abstracts, and these will improve, be more impressive to add this with description of methodology within your paper. The keywords should also highlight what you have studied. Don't give general keywords. Make sure to present novelty of your research. Highlights. In highlights, you can make sure what is new, what is advancement in your research that you want to reflect. Language should be simple and the terms used should be simple as well as should be clear. Don't use jargons, don't use ambiguous language. Also try to avoid self plagiarization. Keep the presentation directly relevant to the topic. Means you have to be very direct and precise. This blue line, I have just given it different color. Usually what we do, we first write introduction, but that would lead to just repetitions and other things. So the good writers or the good manuscripts, papers, uh, they suggest that first write methods and results, then go for abstract, followed by introduction and conclusion. So this should be the structure or the sequence of writing your paper. First, methods. What methods you adopted? What are your results? And based on that, what is the abstract? Followed by that, if discussion is separate, then you can discuss your results. Don't rewrite the results in discussion part. Just give highlights, corroborate them or contradict with existing studies. If you are corroborating, then give why it is so, in which conditions it is so. If you are contradicting, please give logical reasons that yes, don't just write that this is in contradiction to so and so and so. You have to, if you are contradicting, you have to be very specific in giving how and why it is contradictory. Check your plots and graphs, in which format any specific journal requires. So that should be considered. Improve the language. It can improve your research paper, and that can be with your co-authors, with your peers, or some English-speaking person. Declare any conflicts of interest if you have. Follow reference style as per journal. Read through it again before submitting. So these are some of the issues which we should think before writing any proposal for funding or writing and structuring any manuscript for possible submission and publication in appropriate journal. In conclusion, I would say that if you follow appropriate guidelines, we can improve the quality of research proposals as well as papers and their chances for getting funding and publication. So that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rakshav. I think there cannot be better presentation, what you have made, and making everything very clear about the project proposal writing, starting from the title, introduction, review of literature, the hypothesis, work plan, methodology, timeline, scope of the research, and all the aspects they have been very elaborately explained to all the participants. Likewise, for the publications also, I think you have covered very, very minutely each and every aspect of the publication when we are going for communicating to any author, including the acceptability to that journal, the type of work which we have done and where we are contributing. So these are very important basic points which save the time. And the one point which I think is very important, that early as possible. We should not wait for something that this will happen, then I'll write a project. This will. So we, at early stage, when so you join, you are in a position. Immediately you should start reviewing the literature, writing, consulting your peers. So these are, I think, very basic points which you won't find at one place, which Dr. Rajendra Yadav has presented so elaborately, so nicely. I think I really, sir, compliment you, congratulate you, and I think that is all your experiences which you have just put
Thank you, sir.
in the form of slides, and the work which you have done. You have been associated with the projects, in the writing of publications and all those things, and that will be really very, very useful for all our younger colleagues. And I am sure that the time which he has spent with so dedication and speaking for almost more than 1 hour continuously with the same tone, same energy. So you should take advantage of that, and whatsoever has been discussed, most of them you may be taking the notes also. So in that direction, my request to all of you will be that kindly follow these guidelines in terms of writing the projects, in terms of writing the publications. And the ethics is one of the very important component, whether it is research or it is communication of a publication. So we should never lose the ethics of the work which you have done. So you are claiming what you have done. You are not actually grabbing anybody else's data, not copying others' data. So these are very important points which we need to address. And now the plagiarism and other systems are there. Based on that also, many journals, they are returning your publication based on plagiarism at the first instance. They don't see any content what you have written in that. So introduction and some of the review part, generally people are copying from one place. Dr. Saab has very clearly mentioned at many times. So those points I think you all should take into consideration. And if somebody has some specific question, Sudha, if we have some provision for that, so Sari is also there and I'm also there. So if they have some specific query, so definitely they are welcome. Otherwise, they can put on the chat box or your mail, and you can share their concerns with Dr. Saab as well as to me also, and we'll be very happy to respond to those questions. And if one or two, if you have specifically some of our scientists or our colleagues they want, so definitely we'll feel happy. So Sudha.
For sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative, enlightening, and impactful talk. This will be really helpful for all of us. Now the session is open for discussion. Participants can unmute themselves and ask their queries.
I think the time which you have put from 6 to 8 is little bit odd time, so everybody would like to. And the way I think Dr. Saab,
That's why I completed it early.
Yeah, but I think it was very interesting, very interesting. I was there all the time. I know I have some other meetings also, but I thought at least the way you have presented, so definitely you have left no query. In fact, the way you have tried to make understand and elaborately you have just mentioned each and every point very nicely, sir. So that is really, sir, I congratulate you and thank you for very nice presentation. And I also gained so many things which we were missing in the time. So definitely it was very good lecture, sir. On both research.
We are thankful to both of you. It was really nice presentation.
So ठीक है Sudha, if there is no query, so if somebody has, so definitely you can send the mail to
We'll share
her.
with you, sir.
So definitely we'll be happy to respond
Yeah,
back.
I can say that. Good evening, both of sirs. That it was wonderful presentation from your end. Even after this, there were so many questions, but I can see you very nicely. I can say completed each and every body's worry and extension regarding research paper, writing a very good proposal. Wonderful, sir. I think there were questions, and your presentation was given us answers at the same. Wonderful, sir. Thank you all, sir.
Okay, thank you. ठीक है डॉक्टर साहब, नमस्कार.
End of this program.
Namaskar.
Okay.
Thank you, Sudha.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
sir. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है जी. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hey, China, talk to